boys, or maybe the one or two girls that are watching. We're back with a small stream. Before heading off to Cyprus, I'm in the comfort of the home of my parents. Please let me know if this setup is working for you. It's a little bit better than my session against Sam, but I had to be quick. Let's see, we need to put my laptop on the juice. This cable is very short. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna do a small stream Q&A, see which tournaments I can play that are not starting too late. Because I'm flying off to Cyprus tomorrow. I'm going to be playing in the 100k Invitational. Maybe I should include that in the title. Very excited about the tournament. Yeah, for the rest, I don't know. It seems very quiet in terms of PLO tournaments. So I'll just see which ones I can play. We're gonna start on Point Poker. And then GG lobby looked very empty, so let's see what we have here. It's better for my laptop. €100 adapter, and you don't even get the cable with it. Seems fair. So unpacking ASMR. Click. Click. Okay. So we're gonna play the 1k on Coin Poker, the 2k, maybe the 5k if we can get it starting. I have my Coca-Cola here. What a life. Evening of poker, some Coca-Cola and some snacks. That's all you need. We're gonna be live in a couple of seconds. 10-8-5. I'm gonna play that one from the small blind. The more people that enter the pot, the less hands we can VPIP in small blind. We get a very good price, so we VPIP quite wide, but the percentage goes down a little bit as more people limp in. Our chances to realize our equity become lower and lower. Taking to Cyprus, $100k Invitational. Let's include that in the title. See if the connection is working. From the comfort of my parents' place. I'm in the Netherlands at the moment. Maybe we can get some cash games going. Let's see about that. Let me know how the setup is. Let me know if the audio is working. I'm gonna make this table big. Roland Tharanov is saying, have a sick session, Vinny, love the streams and the insights, thank you sir. Today it's most probably going to be some Coin Poker stuff, maybe some stuff on GG Poker. But I'm not sure, there's not that much PLO stuff going on. This one is a possibility, I think. Yeah, why not? Some hold'em tournaments. Maybe people like that. Maybe some hold'em stuff. What's this? 3 hours already. this as well. Prepare for the Triton mixed tournament. Very exciting. For the rest, it's gonna be too late. On the GG tournament side, 1 second, and I'll figure out the tables. Something like this. This one on the right. Fold here. And then here we might do some Russian cash. Derek, have been a huge fan after the vlogs. How is your schedule in Cyprus? So, tomorrow I fly out to Cyprus. And the day after I'll be playing the 100k, and potentially it'll take 3 days, but let's see, do we have the right cam? I don't know. So hopefully it'll be 3 days, but I'm not sure. Properties, but I don't think this is better. Let's try this. Let's try this. Min open, hoping to get jammed on by the pairs. Let me know if this camera is better or you guys like the other one. Feels like the lighting on this one is pretty bad. But when I watch the screen, I'm actually watching this one. Oh. Something along these lines. I'm playing from one of the rooms that I was sleeping in when I was living at my parents' place. Or I guess officially this was my sister's room, but whenever I visit my parents' place, this is the room that I prefer. It's very small, but it's very dark, which is nice if you have a weird schedule like I do. Not anymore, or not as much as back in the day, but I did have a very fucked up schedule. Donderdag is saying less stream. No, this is just the last stream before I go to Cyprus. I'm not trying to clickbait, but if it's too clickbaity, please let me know. Last stream ever. No, don't worry. Your sound is like you would stream from a swimming pool. Okay. This should be better. It's a little bit echoey maybe, not anymore, hopefully. Not anymore. I've got some hold'em tables. I've got the 1k coin poker. Can fire up some Russian cash. I'm going to wear the OG cap. Get some reps in before Cyprus, answer questions. Hopefully some cash game as well, good luck. Eduardo saying hi, hello. What is a reasonable BB 100 for PLO 50 and PLO 100? It depends on your the rate that you're paying. I mean, low stakes is raked very heavily. I think it might be 10 BBs per 100 hands, maybe even more on certain networks. So if you beat the rake, you're already a crusher. I guess if it were to be without rake, 10 BB would be a nice goal to aim for. Your opponents are not that good, so you should be able to crush them pretty hard before moving up. It's pretty terrible for your game though, 50 PLO and 100 PLO. You really get used to people under bluffing, overfolding against them, and then once you move up, it's gonna be a bit of a problem, but hard to find a solution to that. There's an echo to your voice. I opened my door, so hopefully that's fixed now. Hopefully that's fixed. Fire away with your questions. Let's see if we can get a nice stream going. I'll put some Russian cash here, because the people have been asking for some cash games. Should be able to do 4 tables. The one thing that I really don't like about Russian cash is that there's no ante. I'm going to raise here. This is basically my bluff raise. He's not supposed to limp fold a lot. He's even limp raising. It's a limp raise. I'm going to fold this hand. High stream. I think it's still a fold. Here we can use any size basically. I'm going to pot this time when we have the top set and we don't have that much backup equity. I think it's okay to do it. Here with Queen 7 we're gonna limp call. Way too strong to fold. Pretty bad flop. And here I'm gonna try to first play some decent poker and then make some adjustments based on what we see. There's a ton of people streaming. They have a new program or something. I'm not too sure what it's about. Okay guys, there's a 3-minute delay, so hopefully the sound is better, but please let me know. Keep me posted on how the sound is. King 6 checks it all the way down. Might be a thing. Feels like it's pretty low in his range at some point, but he's jack. You're gonna attack. Small bet. Force our opponent to call hands that are worse. Here we open ace jack. 3 colors. I don't mind checking back here. Probably do it too often. We can just bet small and charge lower jacks. Pair of 3s. King 10. Any ace high. Still have to try and protect that check back range. Here we have an easy fold. Yeah, it's kind of close. I think I know this guy. Has a hero call. So we go for thin value. 2 mics. That no. Let's see. Audio input. This echo is very annoying. Stream should be the right one. Queen high is pretty strong after my opponent is limping. Get a limp from this run at once guy. Deep stack, this hand is worth a lot. Get more shadow less. I'm going to fold here, but might be close anyway. A limp raise. We call and we flop pretty decent. I think I'm just gonna get it in. Wow, 67.20. We only run it once, baby. 47. And we don't get there. Limp re-raise, interesting. Might be a thing. I doubt it. But it might be. It's pretty tight without the ante, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume that my opponents are playing even tighter than they're supposed to. We have a limp here. Double suited aces on the bottom right. Fold, open. Okay, some questions. Where do you study for pot limit Omaha? At the moment vision, but I'm going to look into what they're doing at Mastermind. So I have been signed up. I'm going to look into it and I'll report back to you guys. But the A will be back after Cyprus. Best of luck. Hope you take down the 100k. So we have the 100k and then after the 100k, ooh, okay, nuts. After the 100k, because we mostly bet. I'm blocking the overpairs. No dice. Sometimes checking back. After 100k, I go to Barcelona. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Like you have two mics on, maybe different platforms mixing the sound in some weird way. Okay, let me know if it's still the case. I think it's solved now, but if not, please let me know. Mario Navarro. We have a very easy call on the flop. I had 17 BB per 100 in rake at GG 510 5 card over 25,000 hands. That's pretty wild. Stefan Tio saying hi God, have a nice stream. There's usually more action on GG at 5 cards than 4 cards or 2 cards lately. Do you think there's an opportunity there? The more cards, the less solved it is. So yes, I do think there's more opportunity there. We're gonna go for small bet. That would a 10? Who knows? Ace 10. Okay, that's how the home guys play it. Maybe that's how I should have played my ace jack. Notice how this guy is not opening for pot, so we have to defend wider. Now that Suheb comes in, we have a tricky spot. I think folding is fine. You flop gin. I misclicked, good luck. 80%. Can you make a video recapping the Galfond challenge, the highs and lows, behind the scenes preparations, etc. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, think about it. I was winning good, don't remember, but over that sample it basically doesn't matter. 5 card is very swingy. It's true. Crazy swingy. Where do you study for PLO? I have a nice post on my Twitter where you can find which tool I use per street. Should look that up. Maybe somebody can post it in the chat, that would be amazing. Here we actually get to see bet. Out of position, we check a bunch, but check raising, super cool here, but going to continue betting. Wow, gets it in. That's interesting. Ace king for 5 double flush draw. No, run it once, baby. Run it once. Okay. Get the double up. Would be cool to do a rush in cash challenge or something. Would prefer to do it on coin poker, but they don't have it yet. They don't have it yet. Hopefully soon. Let's see. 2K has started. So we have something for everyone. Some hold'em, some PLO tournaments, some PLO cash. Speaking to a wider audience. So the time bank card costs you 1 BB. What? That's fucked up. Jesus Christ, who thought of that? Okay, let him call. And then fold. Very small, but we have to fold. I like Doug's video of the new possibility on the software to pay to see the cards of your opponent. Terrible idea. I don't mind the show all table though. Okay, it's a super standard call against a small bet. People struggle on these monotone boards. Quick check back. Should definitely be thinking about getting extra value there, but yeah, sorry about the voice thing. Probably the room that's echoey. Sorry about that, that's annoying. We'll try to do it that way anyway. Open this hand, probably not. Get 3 bet. Good. For tables, maybe move this one to the side slightly. In this middle. Let me know if that works. So we have a couple of notes already. So this guy, 791 hands, 19% VPIP. It's very low. Gonna give all the players that are tight pre-flop, we're gonna give them a little blue thing. Tight. Seems like we're playing with a very tight pool. Then we can adjust our range. Sometimes betting, sometimes checking. Guess we rep over pair. Not too sure. Could be a call to check Jack 10. Could even be shove. But this position is pretty strong. Gonna go ahead and play this hand. Do not do this at home. I'm just freestyling around and hold them. 6-4 is a fold. It's a push and fold. Back in the day, I would have flopped it straight. Is there a 10k PLO today? There is, but I won't be playing it because I have to V-pipping wider on the button, of course, against the small open, and especially when the blinds are tight. There is a 10k, but I won't be playing it. Mind Relaxing King saying good luck. Shrew Milk is saying did Bless play more nosebleeds this week? I don't think so. I haven't seen him. Going to shove, there is Jack offsuit. Queen high is actually showdown. A bit more tricky. Fold his hand. Call. That's bad. Ooh. He's nice suited. If you flop. Okay, turn. Bad river. Bad river. We re-enter. She won't be blind, that's crazy. Why would they do that? I think it's just the echo of the stream, or maybe my mic is broken. If I hold it here, maybe it's better. I can do that for a little while, but not my whole session. On a scale of 1 to 10, please let me know how annoying it is. Stephen Theo, would you say in order to be good at 5 cards, you have to be pretty good at 4 cards? I'm a beginner in both games and I want to buy a Monker to start studying. No, you can be a 5 card only player. It's actually quite annoying to play both at the same, not same time, but to study both. It can be a bit confusing. I'm going to call here. Don't know why, but I know why, but we're blocking both the board and we have a flush. I think it's rather standard. Also, his timing was very quick. Don't read into that too much, but felt fishy, and I think we have a very standard calling hand. I like this bluff. I don't think people bluff enough. It's close. Ace 9. Especially given the fact that I have no clue what I'm doing. Let's fire up a wide screen here. Just folding. Here we open to very tight players. Hopefully the lighting will be a bit better. It's a bit too wide. But I just worked on my anti-ranges. With the knight and always coming in with the advice. You're missing 2 cards on top left and top right table. It's talking about me playing No Limit Hold'em. Audio is a little bit weird. There's an echo or something. Yeah, fuck. echo or something. macOS screen capture. Maybe it's this one. Okay, I changed something. Please let me know if it's any better. There was some screen capture stuff going on, but I don't think that's it. I'm just in the place where I grew up and it's not an ideal setup. Please let me know how annoying. First you must have one card poker. Oh. Little dogs. This guy's so tight, we're just gonna open. I think you can steal a lot of hands that way. Gonna give him the blue label. A lot of very tight players in the pool. Next is 3-card Crazy Pineapple Master. Then you can play Omaha. Trickos is saying how it is. How much is Monker? I want to start grinding cash games also from Donald Mooney. I'm sure you can find it out, sir, by just putting it in the Google search bar. Ace Jack. Oh, incredibly iffy. I'm going to shove it in. It's like probably a break-even EV. Quick call, so we're fucked. Ace 10. Okay. That's nice. Yeah, sorry guys, I'll try to find out what the problem is. Probably the room. Please let me know how annoying it is. I can try. Are there buttons on your mic that... Yes. There are. Okay, I pressed a couple of things. I can also try the mic of my laptop. Maybe it's better. I don't think so. Let me know. Okay, so this is not an open, but I'm seeing a bunch of tight players. So we're just gonna try to open this hand. Start with a check. Checking again. That's small. Good, fixed. That's great. That's amazing, boys and girls. We fixed it. This guy is sitting on 1,000 big blinds. It's quite a flex. The hand on the bottom right, it's very tempting to bet because we're most likely ahead, but it's hard for him to call with a hand that's way worse, so we check it back. Here I'm going to check raise or check call. He checks it again. Checks down the check. Seems fine. Queen. No dice. the same thing again. This guy is extremely tight. So we're just gonna open a bunch. Not sure if I'm supposed to VPIP, but I'd like to play the hand. Gonna check call. This is a less good bluff catcher than the other one. I think in this kind of pool you can consider folding if he goes full pot bet there. Pot bet. Don't think I'm going to fold. On the bottom right, a bunch of backdoors. Since we're three-way, shows a bit stronger. And yeah, it's absolutely cooked. The rebuy button. We have the rebuy button, the one he does not have. Okay, he probably has one too. Okay, all in with ace king. He picks up a couple of outs. He gets there. Folding in is very tight, but re-entering. The all-ins in the no limit hold'em side have not been going well yet. We stay hopeful, we remain hopeful. Johannes Straver saying hello to us. Where do we have the hello button? See if we have a couple of questions. Everything okay now? That was the thing, you fixed it. Amazing. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to try to take this one down. Just a run it once guy. By telling that he's from run it once, he gives away a little bit of information already. Good race. Pushes me off a lot of equity. Good luck for Cyprus, my man. Thank you, Ron. I'm gonna need it. 100k would be nice to cash one. I mean, I did cash one in Jeju, but to have a deep run. I take a lot of action in these 100ks, almost all of my own action. I don't think there's many people that do that. So yeah, in before broke. Fish on a heater. You know the drill. You're gonna stab. Could even size larger. And now we're gonna bet twice. What hands do we want to bluff here? Maybe a queen. Maybe queen 3, which also is showdown, so preferably a low queen 3. Queen 3, 4, 5. Sometimes it's hard to find bluffs. But those are the boards that people overfold pretty heavily. Both short, so we cannot open too much. Dirk, why do you play 1-2 on GG? It's unbeatable with a high rake. I thought it is, but I'm trying to entertain you guys. Soon I'm gonna play the 2K though. And whenever we bust one of these, I'll fire it up again. People have been asking for some cash PLO action. When I'm back home after Cyprus and Barcelona, I will do a big rush and cash session. It was actually one of my most watched videos that I ever did. We're going to lose this all in. Dukohaven. One of the best No Limit Hold'em tournament players, I think. Eric is saying, big fan, thank you sir. Luis Boldor, thank you for sharing your expertise, Dirk, really awesome. No worries. Pretty excited to go and play in Cyprus with businessmen. Half businessmen, half poker pros. I guess in general it's businessmen who know how to play poker somewhat. We're calling the king 5 and we flop gin. Not sure if you want to fast play this hand. Surely sometimes we do it together with our 7 or that kind of stuff. Sometimes we slow play. It always looks a bit stupid when you fast play and somebody folds. But these hold'em guys are quite sticky. Get a call. Bet again. Small. Keep my opponent in the pot. Hard for him to have nothing. It would be cool to check here. Would be pretty cool to check here. Going to shove anyway, but let's try to be too tricky. We're gonna open shove here. My opponent is holding the queens. I'm going to call this one, but should probably just fold. Good play from my opponent. Not sure if he's shaming me. Not sure. Can call here. I'm going to dunk into him. It's not really a thing, but I never do it strong, so this time we're gonna do it. He does end up calling. Wow. Insane slow roll. Let's see, we have 120 people tuning in. Slow start, but I'm here for the core fans. Hi Dirk, it was cool to watch cash games again on your channel. Good luck for tonight in Cyprus. Thank you, Jean-Baptiste. Going to open, I see a couple of blue ones. Here we're going to check raise with the ace 8. Fold. Press raise. Ace 9 probably the bottom there, but sometimes you have to go with your gut. Who's the toughest player you've played against? No Limit Hold'em or PLO? Well, Galfand is a pretty tough one. Who hurt me? Clicker hurt me a bit this year, but I'm gonna play him again. I think he was better when we started playing, and he also ran quite hot. Who else? Victor I've struggled with in the 6 max streets. EE or Mafia rolls, I mean, those guys I've played a bunch with. Do you think anyone beating the 1-2 or only marginally after rakeback? Probably marginally after rakeback. You're playing a 100k tournament in Cyprus. Mini Dragon, yes sir. I am playing 100k in Cyprus. It's the Invitational, and I'm playing most of my own action. Kind of all my own action. Open. I think we just call here if Johannes goes for it. We'd rather do it against a small blind, I guess, but aces in the Russian cash. That's madness, you sell some percentage, nope. Victor Naiden is entertained, that's always a good sign. It's a pretty decent flop for us. We don't have a club. So checking should be okay. The eights we're going to smooth call. Wild one has bluffs. Then we call the turn. Kind of tough for him to have a hand now, but bets again. I want to look him up. King 7, very nice value bet. Yeah, I'm going to jam. It's probably not a thing, but I feel like my opponents would have jammed with higher pairs. We need a lot of protection. So we're just gonna go for the route of the least resistance. Will the 100k be streamed in Cyprus? Probably the final table. Ines Gonçalves is tuning in. My lovely girlfriend. Giving some support, and I can need it. It's not been super hot on the poker streets. Ace 10 suited, we squeeze. Enrico calls with King Jack suited. So 80%. 86. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. People are calling me today with hands that are worse than mine. That's always good. I'm not sure. I think we should bet here, but yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know if calling is a thing here. I mean checking. I think I will still have some bluffs here, so I prefer to bet, but might be a very nice combo to check call with. We're blocking the 6, but it's very hard for him to have a drawing hand. Also, not sure if he will turn it into a bluff, although Hallstatt is quite aggressive. Hey Dirk, I find it difficult to get motivated after a few sessions compared to when I'm losing. Any advice? Yeah. I mean, I think it starts by accepting that's part of your job, that you're not always winning. Like, it's the main driver behind the poker scene. If it wasn't for luck, you wouldn't have a job. So if you start looking at it that way, start to embrace it instead of fighting it, it's always a good starting point, I think. Yeah, maybe should have checked, I don't know. Call here. I always thought it was amazing that luck is a thing in the poker world. That's why I'm going to play 100k with businessmen. They still have a very decent shot at making money. And if it wasn't for that, they would probably not play. So Victor the Stallion, I'm talking about Stefan Tiu, Victor Naiden. check. As does my opponent with the ace king. I'm going to eat my snack now. Please bear with me. Nice hand to open. Starting with a check. It's not perfect, but we're calling. Yeah. We try. We try and we fail. Interesting line. Cool, cool line. I still can't believe you can pay for the time bank. It's terrible. Okay, some lighting. We need some lighting, boys and girls. A white page. This one comes to mind, but not sure how to turn off the night mode. Light. We're opening a bunch of small blinds. These guys are pretty tight. So I think it's good. I mean, you should run a sim and node lock some of the stats of your opponent. Like with these super tight players, you can open quite a bit more than suggested. 10. Should be good for us. Huh, 8-4 is not really cutting it, I think. Still gonna do it. Four, come on. That's a good start. 50-50. Going to let this one go. Queen on the river most likely means that we had the best hand, or makes it more probable. Okay. Let me know if it's better with the lighting. Last stream, or never mind, are you going to Jeju? I'll also be going to Jeju. If I don't cash any of the tournaments that I go to, I'll be broke at the end of the year probably. Most probably. 145 people tuning in, thank you for watching. Wise words though. Yeah, we should clip that. We should fucking clip it. Limp raise some. Very tempting to just open it. Oftentimes I regret it, not this time. Nice and results oriented. Just calling might be fine. Shorty in the big blind. Open and this monster stack 2k, and we were trapping with ace queen, but we would be in big trouble if this guy would overshove, but worked out well. 82%. Here we have to float. We don't have to do anything, but we are allowed to float. It's close. It's definitely close. 7, 8, 9. We have a lot of outs now. Of course, our flush draw is terrible. We get paid on the 4. Ace, ace 10. I am at some point going to do a lot of coaching, online coaching. Not sure how I will do it, but I will really like look into these hands, see if we made mistakes, show you guys how I study those kind of spots. Going to call the ace 9. Going to complete the big blind. Queen 9, 10, 10. Starts with a check. This guy starts with a stab. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good luck for the session as always. Thank you, sir. I'm doing amazing at the moment. Feeling great. I'm still a bit fat from Vegas, but all in all, things are going well. I have a loving girlfriend. I have very nice friends and family. Poker has not been going my way yet so far this year, but of course I was on an absolute tear last year. Ace 9. Ooh, that's sad. 10-7. Didn't realize that was a complete. Might be one. We have okay stacks in the no limit hold'em. From these early positions, you really have to find bluffs aggressively on those ace high boards. Terrible blockers, of course, but it's very hard to bluff enough. So start adding some hands. Do you ever play Mowgli Miranda in PLO? I did, yes. I'm going to battle some more heads up soon as well, but I just have so many things on my schedule. Not related to poker, or partly related to poker, but more business related. I have some knoppers here that probably fucked up your ears a bit. I'm not sure why these are legal. It's like legalized crack cocaine. Amazing snack. We open and we flop a full house. That's small. It's an unfortunate disconnection. If you don't want to hear me eat, turn down the volume. Okay, one of the best questions I had so far. Chase the Ace is asking Robin van Persie or Ruud van Nistelrooy. Both very gifted strikers. But I have to admit I was a little bit too young to see Van Nistelrooy play a lot. So if I had to pick, I would go to or for Van Persie. Insane season he had at Arsenal, insane season at United. Some crazy goals for the Dutch squad as well. Hey Vinny, hope you're doing good. Love the playlist. If you may share it. It's an epidemic sound. You have to pay to use it. So I'm not sure if that is possible. I'm gonna follow this one up. And we're not winning with a check, so we're just gonna go for it. Blocking hearts is not always nice. I'm blocking like some low two pairs that might fold. Let's see, we want to play the 2K. Where's the 2K? On break. Register. So we're gonna say goodbye to the Russian cash for a small moment. Maybe longer. Hopefully longer, that means we're doing well in this tournament. 2 PLO ones, 2 no limit hold'em ones, balanced out. I prefer to see a lot of pot limit Omaha. Why don't you have streamer mode, Dirk? I haven't looked into it, and the rakeback is very small, I think. Play 1-2, too much of a hassle. What did you think of Mowgli Miranda? Very good, very strong player. Cooled knoppers are really good, and it's true. If you cool them down, they get more tasty. That's funny. Like the texture is different. Going to fold here. Chess active today. Maybe Villain is trying to stream snipe. With the disconnect, we're on a 3-minute delay. That would be pretty crazy. He did find the fault, so you never know. Just kidding. Don't love this hand, but it's actually cards that don't conflict with their ranges too much, so I think we can call. Call. Felix is saying, hey Derek, discovered you a few months ago. You made me start PLO, haha. I'm trying to extract value through your streams, even if it's hard for a beginner. Good luck for the session, guys. Thank you, sir. Happy that I was the person that got you into pot limit Omaha. Omaha. I've been getting some flack from my friends for how I say pot limit Omaha. That's the right way, I think. I'm gonna eat another knopper. Okay. So far we've gone pretty bad in terms of all-ins. You really have to win those in order to win a tournament. This guy is thinking about making a very bad call. 68%, 56. Okay. And I meant bad because when somebody is thinking, probably means that I have his ace blocked. Don't think he should have fold his hand at all. Bruno Bertalia with a big bet. And we have to defend. Let's see. We have to defend when he puts 50%. So now it's like 60 divided by 2. 35% of our range. I think we're there. I think it's okay. Hey Dirk, good luck today and in Cyprus. I just joined. Did you say who your partner in the invitational will be? No, and I still have to see if I can, or when I can tell you guys. GM is saying neither. Marco from Boston. Yeah, also pretty good, yeah. Don't know. Maybe limp. Maybe Limpsky is fine. Big bet. I guess we're just calling and figuring things out. Bad flop, but we have to call. We have a good shot. %. That's not a lot. Feels like you just always bluffed off your equity and hold them, but can't win them all. King 10 Jack. Open. Just probably call. Probably very close. To check. The 10. Call. Good turn. Good river. Playing with the aces. Check 3. Wow. These people are wild, huh? Putting the a7, we can call his jam. Can't call his jam. Time bank. To open his hand, very standard. Let's see if we have some questions. I don't see bet nearly enough and no limit hold'em, so I'm gonna go ahead and see bet this one. Probably turns out that this was the wrong one to see bet, but the way I say Omaha sounds cool, haha. I can't say it like that if I try. Robin versus the Hood. I love how you say Omaha. Please don't change it. Okay. Well, we settled that debate. uplift of our ace high. Blinds go up. It's so crazy. If you play $1,500, you're playing with Adamo, Simon Matson, who is European, probably the best MTT player ever. This guy 3-bet us before. We have a very standard call. Almost taking off on any flop unless it's like ace high and no backdoors, blah blah blah. Easy call. Here's the aces now. We have a lifeline, but we don't make it. But maybe we can rebuy. No, we can't. So back to the rush and cash. Let's see if we can find it. Sucks, we lost our stack now. Threes in the big blind. Always a nice hand to live re-raise with. Now we're gonna call it all in. Simon folds. Must have been a very bad hand. Pick up the nines. Jari Liedmanen. Wow, yeah, it's before my time, but apparently he was a bit of a magician with the ball. You guys like football, huh? Do you ever play if you have a stressful day off the field, maybe some argument or something, or you try and skip playing that day because your mind is not in the best place? I generally just play, which is definitely not the best way to do it, but it also calms me down, and pretty good at separating those things, but I'm probably not the best at like skipping sessions. Okay, open and a jam from Simon. I think we have an all in here. He's just jamming quite wide. All of his pairs. There's a lot of money in the pot already, so I'm gonna go for it. Just hoping not to get snap called. Also, this guy looks aggressive. Of course, it's a very small sample. It's pretty big all in. No king, no queen. I've seen a couple of them on the river in my days, but not today. Oh, well, today, but not this one. $153 people tuning in. Hopefully we can get it to 200. Beautiful hand here on the bottom right. King, Jack, 8-10 double suited. Playable from every position. You can 3-bet it, you can 4-bet it. If you play heads up. There's a lot of ways you can go. Just gonna see bet. Checking back with the naked 2 pairs, also a thing sometimes, but back to flush draw. Up against the big blind range, so Limpsky, I'm going to raise his hand. Not expecting to be limp re-raised much at all. 2 callers. Starting with a small c-bet. Hi Vinny, good luck today. Are you also playing the Omaha tournaments on GG today? I really enjoy watching them. I won't, because tomorrow I'm taking off to Cyprus, so I want to get to bed early. Okay, not sure if we messed that hand up, but we lost it. 10-7, I'm gonna fold. Here we're gonna 3-bet. On the hand. It's a very nice result. We don't gain that much value from him calling. It's more to even out the stronger hands that we have. Ah, see Darwin. Yeah, my bad. See Darwin. also one of the best MTT guys in the world. Going to check here, no clubs, no nothing. This will be a 4-hour stream. Julio still active. Still active. Messi or Ronaldo? I know your favorite is Cruyff though. That's true. Kid Poker 14. That was partly because of Cruyff. It's tough, man. I mean, is this a hand we can bluff with? I have no idea. Apparently we can. I have to be creative. I feel like Messi has more like football talent, and then Ronaldo is the guy who, I mean, incredible talent as well, and then also the super professional. I like both of them. I think Messi is a little bit better, to be honest, but I also really enjoy seeing how seriously Ronaldo takes his career. It's sometimes I get emotional when I start watching sports episodes and you see Olympic competitor becoming champion. They dedicate their whole life to compete with other people who also dedicate their whole life, and they're the ones who end up being the best. It's yeah, it makes me quite emotional. It's not really an open, but we're widening our range a little bit. As you can see, 31%. It's probably a little bit too wide, but my opponents don't play back that much. The rake is pretty high though, so you have to watch out with wide ranges. Start with a check. Out of position, we're just checking a lot. Love your insights into the game, and the edits of vlogs are next level. I sent him an email. Let's see if we're gonna... Where is he? I sent him an email yesterday. It'd be great to hear back from you about it. Guess we're mostly holding overpairs here, so that's how we want to size our entire range. If you send an email to him, you're gonna hear something back. Unless it's a ridiculous email, then you won't. And these spots kinda suck. I'm going to fold here, but feels like we could overcall, we could jam. Ace 4, Duco. Iffy, but we probably solver proof, but against human ranges it has to be close. Can you open info tab on coin table so we can see how many players left? Of course. Oof, the jack's on the button. Love to see a jam or even a call. Bet here, and I think we could just jam the turn if it's not a queen or a king. Dirk Kuyt or Dirk Gertsen? I have to pick myself. Although he's quite the epic football player. Talking about somebody who made the most out of his career. Almost folded there, but I guess the small sizes you really have to watch out not to overfold. some thin value from my opponent. Who knows? A couple of deep runs in these no limit hold'em tournaments. I'm just donking around, of course, but we have 5 buy-ins now. Very small open. We would have defended, but somebody 3 bets. We can open this hand. Maybe I should look at some ranges just before I play the Triton one, but EV wise it will not matter much, so I don't really care. 5s is also close, but we're gonna do it on a roll. 3 opens in a row. Probably making my opponents a bit suspicious. Jam. We have a non-believer. And surely we can't call with the 5s. Don't think he's even allowed to squeeze the lower pairs there. It's not a squeeze. 3 bet the lower pairs there. Trying to get it in with the aces. Let's see. It's not a bad flop. Hard to connect for my opponent. And here you have a hand that's, it's not an open, but we have 2 extremely tight players here, so I think we just click the open button. Not always, but we can definitely raise a ton there. It's very nice to have the right, how do you say? Like the right information when it comes to opening ranges, but it's also nice to run a couple of sims where you note log the ranges of your opponent. Here we're going to c-bet and get it in. Pretty nice. $12.5 seems fine. Could be a hand that we raise, blocking the 7. He finds the fold. It's so interesting, 6 max is so much more difficult than heads up. Like 6 players at the table makes the game tree so much more complicated. I feel like people are very, very far from how they should be playing 6 max. And heads up, they're getting a little bit closer. A little bit closer, but still quite far. We would be crushed so hard by GTO, but it's insane. Okay, pick up the 8s. Open, and my opponent raises. Start with a check. That's half pot. Which kind of is the right size for this kind of board. Going to call. And see. My opponent completes. We bet. Feel like you play no limit hold'em very lucky, unlucky. Yeah. It's hard to have a bluff here, so we're going to bet. We're blocking 1-7 of clubs. I think it's very, very tough for my opponent to call there. Me calling on the flop. Just very hard to have air in my hand, so we have to bluff my air. Soon I'm going to dive into all those hands with you guys and see if I'm actually right or just clicking around. Okay. Bunch of folds. Pick up the fours. Nice hand to jam against the Breno. Against these tight players, we just open a small blind, expecting to be 3-bet way less, and also to just pick up the pot very easily. Going to defend the fours in the big blind. Start with a check. Of course, kind of good for us this flop. Oftentimes we're ahead. Start with a call. Bottom of our range. If we wrap a hand, it's a 10 or a 5, and that one we want to bet big, so that's what I'll do. Trying to fold out ace high. Anything better than that is probably going to be a call. Checking back the aces. Getting check raised here is pretty terrible, so we're gonna check it back. Yeah, it's a tricky spot. People like to check raise here, but we're gonna bet for value. Limping on the top right, 8-4. We play nearly our range from the small blind. Get an amazing price. The big raise we're gonna fold. Opponent in the time bank. You're gonna play EPT Barcelona. Yes, I will be playing the 25k and 10k, I believe. It's not really worth my time, but my friends are gonna be there, so it's an iffy hand, but I see a couple of tight guys. Should be okay. How much was your biggest downswing? Well, more than 100% of my bankroll, because I went broke when I was 19. So yeah, I ran $1 million under EV. This is before I went broke, and then after I got backed or staked. It was a pretty challenging time, but I felt super happy doing something that I really liked, and I was very convinced that I was a good poker player. Which, I mean, debatably I wasn't, but I was definitely winning. I became better when my backer started coaching me. Before that I was just clicking buttons, but the right ones. Okay, this is funny. Going to try and stab here with the top pair and the net blocker. River, we're gonna continue. Expect raises from 5-7, 5 deuce is not really in his range. Yes, is it jack showdown? No, yeah, not really. 4-way. Hi Dirk, I started my PLO journey about 2 years ago with a few $100. I built my bankroll to 10k now. Watching your streams helped me in so many ways, so I am very thankful. I'm 44 years old and a half. Man, that's super nice to hear. That's one of the reasons I am streaming, and I'm still streaming for people like you. So thanks for your message. I think you have responded to one of my videos, but maybe it's two guys with a similar story. Gonna open Ace Jack. So cool to play against these super crushers. Lately, I've noticed that taking decisions about SPR and equity are my biggest leak. How do you calculate it so fast, having only a few seconds? Well, just doing it a lot really helps. So I guess you have to do it more and do off-table work on it. It's definitely something you can learn. Ace Jack is not a snap call, but probably just fine to call. 5-5 on the flop. That's unfortunate. Ace Queen 7-9. It's definitely close. Too bad. Need to win those if you want to win a tournament. 181 people tuning in. Thanks everyone. It's gonna be a short session, short-lived. Let's see how far we are. 1.5 hours, so 2.5 hours more probably. Hopefully. A bet from my opponent, an open from me. Very hard to have air here. I think I'm just gonna fold. Here I'm just gonna check and decide. But not strong enough to fold. I think we pick up kings. This is funny, you don't really have this in PLO where you can pick up a hand that's so strong that you get super excited, but 1 in 220 times or something we pick up kings. Was there any point in the government match where you could have just folded your way to winning the side bet? Nope, or else I would have done that most probably. We've opened the kings and we get shoved on, praying for queen jacks. King jack suited. Wow. I wanted to say that's a good start, but I have to be careful. Sometimes I forget about the run. It's not a diamond. That's nice. So this is a funny spot. Very low now, showdown. So I'm going to try and bluff this one, but unsuccessfully. For deuce. Would call that a hero call. Tough spot, 2 pair, good shot to the nets. Going to call, he's been limping from the button. He has a decent amount of jacks. If he bets again, we're in slight trouble. Not really blocking the straight. A bunch of jack 9 here, some ace jack even. I think I'm just gonna fold this one. Employed with wife and kids, so finding time for quality sessions and studying is quite challenging. I would like to ask for advice. How can I find a decent PLO coach? Yeah, it's tough, man. Probably sign up to a coaching site. Like a good coach can really help you, but if you have a 10k bankroll, it's very expensive. Like a good coach will cost you $500 an hour. Can really help you though. Flat calling because he's super tight and he's also super tight, so oftentimes the big blind will fold and we're in a decent spot. He's queen on the button. Hopefully everyone folds around. Open from Oscar. Not sure if we can flat call. I really want to do it though, so we're gonna do it. I have a feeling that people kind of struggle with finding those bluff opens. A6 suited or something from there. But don't listen to me when it comes to no limit hold'em. You were gonna be all in. Will you be vlogging in Cyprus? Really enjoyed your vlogs in Vegas. Yes, there will be a vlog. Cyprus, yes. Barcelona, no. It can be quite annoying to play tournaments and also make a vlog, so gonna be a little bit more picky in the future. Do we bet? Which we're going to call or raise. Don't know why, but raising seems nicer. The queen. I mean, my opponent still has jack stance, but also a king is possible. I think I'm just gonna check it back. But there might be a couple of no limit hold'em guys who go for a bluff here. King queen. Yeah. Nice size as well with the king queen. Quick pot bet. I think just calling is fine. Nice. As a bluff. Always important to type because there's people who grossly underbluff. You can make some pretty sick folds. He's 6 in the muck. I'm not sure about that one, but can be too bad. Especially considering my post-flop skill. Vinny, you are the champ. Sometimes viewers are low because of time difference in the USA. Thank you, sir, for the kind words. Also, my skills with the streaming are not really on point. But I like tuning in with everyone, preferably every week, but it's kind of impossible with my schedule. Let's see, I think we're just gonna flat call here against a very tight opener. Assassinato, like a viewer from the first hour. Tuning in, we're gonna fold the ace king king 9. Not sure if you guys can hear that, but some swans flying over. Let's see if we can get a rush and cash graph. Going dark. Rush and cash, last 24 hours. Well, I really might be the rush and cash goat, which is probably one of the worst things to be the goat of, but I'll take it. Check jack. This big blind is very short, so I'm gonna size up. Hi Dirk, how are you doing? No wine tasting today. No wine tasting. We're flying off to Cyprus tomorrow. I have to be sharp. I have a good feeling about it. We're 3-betting this hand. Very standard. My opponent is all in. Ace Jack. We have him covered. Not anymore. We have to win these ones, boys and girls. To win the tourney. Crazy Grinder can coach for $250 an hour, and if you watch the stream for long enough, he'll try to coach me as well at some point. Here I have the same thing with the big blind, so I'm going to slightly size up. Call the button. This hand is iffy, but I feel like I'm going to over-realize post-flop. Open and a shove from Oscar bet. I think. I think we're going to fold here. And that didn't look too good, the flop. 9-6. It's not a call. What's happening Cyprus, big cash game or MTT's title is saying 100k invitational. Robin versus the Hood and the rain came down. Beefing in chat, thanks I am blind. Six deuce, ace 4. Yeah, we defend. See how big this bet is. Very small. Big raise. Small bet. I'm going to call. We do block some stuff. I like his size with the ace diamond and king of diamonds. We get squeezed. Let's see what my opponent does. Almost at 200 viewers. 2% of my almost 10k subs. Time bank call. I mean, I should be able to eliminate some of the hands from his range. Now if he shows we still have a terrible spot. Now we can fold. Do you have any advice on the best selection of play versus recreational players in heads up PLO? I began to notice that when I play, taking into account the large rake at mid-stakes heads up PLO on coin tables with some fun players do not beatable and other regulars leave the table with them. Perhaps there are some criteria to quickly understand who is worth playing with and who is not. Yeah, I have a pretty good feeling for it, and I think if you every now and then check how many big blinds players actually losing in your database, you get a good feeling for estimating win rates as well, or a better feeling at least. There's a couple of mistakes you can make that are so big that you can be pretty sure that somebody's a 50 BP loser, or If somebody's really bad post flop, that really adds to the lose rate. But yeah, mid stakes is tough, man. Coin poker rake at the mid stakes high stakes is quite high. So yeah, I don't know. I would try to find like, if you're playing mid stakes, I would try to find a different place to play. Okay. We push it out there. I mean, because I can fold my jacks now. Open 3-bet, 4-bet shove. At the very least, this guy is gonna have ace king. Flop though. Could be pretty cool call because there's a lot of money there already, but I think it's fine. Yeah, for sure not beating hands Johannes has. I was thinking tens, but probably not. Then to check 7. Did you start your poker career while being a Dutch citizen, and at what point, bankroll or stakes wise, did you decide to move out of the country? So yeah, I became professional when I was 18. I earned some good money in the first few months and then decided to leave the country because we have a very weird tax system in the Netherlands. A lot of people don't know, but in the Netherlands, if you win, you have to pay taxes on a monthly basis and your losses are not deductible. So if you lose the next month, you'll be stuck with a tax bill without actually earning money. It's pretty retarded. Would be nice if that changes at some point. Going to stab here. Perfect hand to stab with. I think we bet again. Very hard to have a hand that you can call with there, and also people usually check raise their strong stuff and then check call their middling stuff. The rain came down saying no beef. Okay, I'm happy about that. We might open this hand with him in the big blind, although this guy seems kind of capable. Fix my odds. Like wild VPIP. Probably like pushing it a bit too far, but trying to prove a point here. It's actually a league that exploits itself. Overfolding in the big blind is already doing very, very poorly against my actual open, so I don't have to adjust too much. So that's probably overdoing it, but also not the worst. Some undergun raising. Probably not an open, but it's always nice to open under the gun because you get so much respect for your open. Obviously I don't know the opening ranges exactly. So I'm just clicking around trying to hit certain frequencies. Shoved into, because the no limit hold'em guys will balance their folding speed. I'm not one of them. Okay, interesting. Okay, here of course we're gonna stack off. Pretty decent flop. Okay, not so decent, very decent. not so decent. Hopefully this way we'll get rid of the bad run before I play in 10 or 100k, I mean. My opponent bets again. That's so interesting. I should just fold, but look, the 8 is pretty funny. That's pretty funny. What is my opponent repping? Okay, don't mess with the Vinny, okay? One per call. Clip that, please. Clip that, Phil. Oof, king 10. Get the big blind all in. I think we can actually fold here, but it's very close. Here we have second pair and a flush draw. It's not great, but it's also not terrible. Going to check and check fold, of course, against the shove. The shove, we have to fold. Why is it important to own the lobby? Low card is saying it's important to own the lobby because you will get the seat with the players that join. And the players that joining are oftentimes players that play for fun, because if they join me, they know who I am. So they either prefer not to play or they're better than me. Therefore, owning the lobby is pretty important. So I always fought pretty hard for the lobby. I mean, whenever I could, there's always been players that are better than me, so sometimes you have to give it up, but I try to stand my ground. Going to raise this hand. Pretty cool combo. Very quick call by my opponent. I think we're supposed to shove the river. Yes, of course my opponent will have some full houses, but will have plenty of bluffs and he can still have a hero call. Let's find a quick fold. All in with the sixes. Super standard, I believe. With the 5, so we can re-jam here. Some stuff what's going on? 3.3x open. Blah. I don't think I have that much full equity anymore. Okay, because I'm folding. Here we're calling with the gut shot to the nuts and the net backdoor flush draw. Four BB bet. Calling. Funny sizing. No diamond, please. That's not a diamond. Going to call here. Bottom right, ace 885. Sick call, thank you. Okay, limp. We're going to stop the party. And for tap. Okay. To pair. pretty decent. I'll take care of the questions after this one. Oof, 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 oof. Oh, oh, oh. Good limp, I think. Jumping into the mastermind soon. I was gifted a free subscription. Just gonna check it out. Hi there, can you give us advice for the best coach at 510 or 1020? Probably to watch my videos, like the Rush and Cash one should be very good. Really trying to spread some knowledge there. Quayne is saying first crack at the fish baby. It seems like rake on most of the sites is pretty high, making it not possible to be profitable for most of the players. You are correct, sir. You have to find a low rake environment in order to be successful in poker nowadays. And also it's less attractive than it was back in the day. Liebe the Axie Republic services. Well, we're gonna block this guy. Additionally, the PLO traffic is decent in the higher end ones. Techno feeling is feeling the call that I made. Pretty cool one. JR, Fanny VD's live, very nice. I wish you good variance in Cyprus, also struggle with that word. What about specific mistakes in showdowns to quickly understand that a fun player is minus 50 BB? I noticed that those who play too passively fold too often on the river and almost never bluff, lose too little. Calling the 3-bet. Those who either bluff too much or call on the river too much lose quite a lot. That is the key street and is the river. But this is just my guess. What do you think? I think you're kind of correct. Kind of correct though. Not sure how I feel about my own stab here. Probably better to just bomb the river. No, we actually have showdown value. Not that much, but he's wrapping the hand that I have. It's tough to have a bluff here though. It's just like perfect hero calling hand, but I'm just gonna give it to him. Oftentimes, especially at these stack depths or stakes, it's just the nuts. This guy is still flaunting his big stack. There's not so many fish in these pools, but definitely a lot of super passive and tight players. Would like to do a challenge at some point, but I have so many plans, so many things on my plate. First we have to win a couple of tournaments today. All in's not really going my way, but let's see if we can turn it around. Is the Venom today? I don't know. Can somebody check for me? Not that I can play it, but then I can be unhappy because of the fact that I can play it. Okay, we're back. Putting in a snack request for my mom. These players are so tight. It would be cool to run a sim. Frankie, New York City, saying good luck, good luck. Any vlogs in Cyprus? Yes, there will be a vlog. Will be a bit more poker focused and I guess me just talking to the camera because it's only 4 days. We're not going to do too many activities, so just gonna open this one. This guy has a blue tag, but 21% is actually reasonable. Actually reasonable. Okay, complete the big blind. Step small. 10 is hand we can play. We can both shove and call. To call this time. 3-bet small might be a thing. Squeeze, shove. King, queen, king, jack, that kind of stuff. Call makes it easier for us. Jack, jack against the queens. I wanted to say we saved our tournament life there, but maybe I would have won and the jacks would have folded. Jams into me. Interesting. 5, 3, 4. 2 pair. Opening the queen 10 suited again. Hopefully more luck this time. Should get some respect from this position. And here we're going to see bet on this ace-high board. Should be very good for us. We are having a lot of aces on it again. And go all in on the turn. I think that makes sense. This guy flat calling some aces, of course, from the small blind. Also some suited connectors maybe. Hard to have them on this flop. 7-8, I'm sure he would have raised that one. All in with the flush, so no need to wait. Ace queen suited, well. That's a tight flat, it seems like, but maybe I just don't know. To open his hand against the shank. aces on the bottom right. There's finally some stuff happening. And a call from Dime Lo Papi. I think we're just gonna shove. Checking's fine as well. SPR 2 point something should be fine. Check most of my range here. Going to call this hand. It's a bit iffy, but quite strong. Opening is a bit awkward. This is also a bit awkward. Go. Going to lead. Not sure if that's a thing, but I'm holding all the high pairs. That's small enough where we have to peel 1, 7 or a queen or 10. King. I'm not sure if you can fold it there. What in the hell is he wrapping? No idea. And now we have to fold. How do your parents and family see your career? Must be insane for an outsider. Someone who's away from the poker world to see you play for these amounts. It's kind of crazy. My parents are both teachers, so they don't really like understand the amount of money that I play for. Yeah, I mean, at the start it was kind of hard for them because they really wanted me to go the safe route, study, that kind of stuff. Actually, my mom is coming in with some snacks. Hoeft niet in beeld te zijn hoor. Ik kan het gewoon geven en dan ben je niet in beeld. Dank. Je mag best praten hoor. Ga je niet praten? Oké. Goed zo. Dankjewel. Ja. Dank u. Okay, in the meantime we lose a pretty pivotal pot in the 1500 jacks against tens. That that really sucks. It's actually a pretty big tournament. You can win some nice money there, but we'll keep on going. So yeah, I was talking about my parents and if it's tough for them. I mean, it's not easy, but they will never understand, but they very much respect it nowadays, and I have been able to give them a life that they never needed or wanted, but really enjoy, like taking holidays with them together and like flying them in everywhere I go. It's something they really enjoy to do, so I also think it's quite hard for them now to complain too much about the position that they're in. I'm going to call with the jacks. They call it the trouble hand, but of course it's slammed and call here. I really wonder what this guy has. And also this one. Apparently it's normal to do all the emoticons. King 10. So really going for it. 86%. Would be nice to win this one at least. 7.5 buy-ins. That's a start. That's a start. I mean, pretty cool shove. But got unlucky with the timing. So yeah, of course it's weird for my parents. I'm going to Cyprus, flying for a tournament that the buy-in is the same as they would earn in a year, so together. But they love me a lot. They are very happy that I'm doing something that I love, and even though they struggled the first years, especially when things were going bad and I went broke and that kind of stuff, it's probably very terrible for a parent. But now things are looking on the up. I don't have to work a day in my life anymore if I didn't want to, and I'm treating them very well. So they're pretty happy at the moment. What are you playing in Cyprus? So there's an invitational 100k pot limit Omaha. Oh, cash drop. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm going to squeeze here with the aces. Invitational means that you can only get there when you have an invitation, so you have to bring in a VIP or come together with a VIP. So it's going to be businessmen against professionals. First day it's going to be the businessmen competing with each other. Day 2 it's going to be the businessmen against the businessmen. Then it's going to be the professionals against the professionals, and then it's going to be ace, check, queen. Check on the river. Okay, that's nice. Not sure about a shove. Suhab. Tell me why you're shoving there, please. So actually it's an okay hand to go three-way with. Go to check back, check 10. So day 1, the businessmen play against each other. The professionals play against each other, and then can I still putting some pressure? I think so. And then day 2 they put everyone together. So in terms of level of competition, it's going to be one of the better tournaments that I've ever played, and the buy-in is super high, so I'm very excited. Five, 7, yeah, that's pretty bad. Continue betting here. This guy is betting. We have third pair, it should be enough. There's a ton of bad hands there. Ends up having a queen, nice value bet. Pretty standard, I think. Flipping 100k pots in the bedroom while mom is asking to come for dinner. It was never that bad, but I have some crazy stories. Also, when my parents didn't want me to play poker, I still played poker, and then was heads up in a tournament and had to shut off my computer. And actually the guy waited for me to come back. It's nice that there's still good people in poker. For example, after 20 minutes of play, fun players show you on the river crazy assassinato, your questions have to be a bit shorter. It's getting out of hand. Ticket app W mom with the snacks, worst approaches. Mr. Ticket app is trying to study for Barcelona. We're allegedly gonna play in a private game together. The emphasis on allegedly. Hi Fanny, is micro tourney max $5 profitable? Should I move up in stakes after 10 years of cash games? I'm not really sure what your question is. That guy got Jack Queen Queen, then versus you, 10-10 versus Jack Jack. Yeah. You have to run very hot to win the tournament. That was a very big flip actually. You're already in the money. Very big, like in terms of a Sunday stream, of course, nothing crazy. My WSOP 50k all in was very big. It was probably worth 700k or something. W for that. This is a great hand to check back with. If he doesn't open, we're gonna do it. Small bet. Everything came in kind of. I'm not blocking anything that he's wrapping, so going to fold, but it's close for sure. Solver is probably not folding there. Are you high on any crypto right now other than Bitcoin or Ether? No, I don't do Bitcoin. Neither do I do Ether. I assume you can't go broke anymore since you can coach for a good amount. It's not because I can coach for a good amount. I put my money in a place where it makes enough money for me to live for the rest of my life. Also, worst case scenario, I don't need that much in my life. So if you would strip me from everything, I would still be pretty happy. If I can get my ristorante pizza every Sunday and a Coke Zero. Funny spot, 40 big blinds. Have to be a bit careful here about being check raised. This is right on the cusp of a hand that we want to check raise or not. Call the flop. Get a little high from the stage. Going to check back. 7 on the river. Such a creative player, Jochi. I think it's a nice hand to bluff with, actually. We don't do it often, we do it sometimes. Be very, very important for this tournament. Check call this hand with a 9-9 flush. Checks back so we win. People don't often bluff this one. It's very hard to find bluffing candidates. Hopefully we cannot be stream sniped. Don't think so, we have a 3-minute delay. Finds the call. 10-10-9. It's okay. It's okay. Time bank call. For the stage in the tournament where he's not allowed to bet too much. To bet. checking. Okay, let's see. This is gonna be a tough sell. I'll take it down. Yeah. Haven't played in a few weeks. I'm just rusty and spewy. Yeah. Oh, good. Are you coming to Barcelona, Suhab? Who is the businessman paired with you? I cannot say it yet. But soon you will see. Assassinato, sorry man, I got a little bit carried away. I appreciate your answers, they are very valuable for me. No worries. Where was the best pizza you've ever had? Ooh, what a question. Best pizza I ever had. I like the thin crispy pizza, so I guess everyone has a different taste in pizza. Faults, is this a thing? I have no idea, but I'm going to try it. I think it's very hard for them to call. Almost impossible. So it should be okay. Best pizza I ever had. Like in Italy you have amazing pizza, but I also like those pizzas that are, it's not pre-made, they come out often fresh, but you have those big squares and they just cut them up. Can be very good, like surprisingly good. Let me think. You have a place in Amsterdam North called Euro Pizza. Pretty sweet spot as well. 2.4. We're blocking the 8, we're blocking an ace of spades. Blocking no pairs. Get it done. Yeah, I really have to think, man. I really have to think about that one. Surprising I don't have an answer. For me, the Dr. Utker salami really does it, but yeah, it seems fine. Assassinato. Fred is asking how big are those private games that you'll maybe play? 5k, 10k? No idea how big those private games are. It's not a private game, it's a private tournament. We have a buy-in of 100k. I don't think I'll be invited to the private game. That call. I really like that call. Blockers. I have some melon, a glass of water, with a mini brownie. Holy shit, the walnut in the middle. Almost overtaking the chip lead, table chip lead would be nice. Can put some pressure on our opponents in that case. Here we went for the hero bluff. Didn't get it. But now everyone is warned. Suited in the muck. Suhab can't make it to Barcelona. Big league. Okay, we have ourselves a final table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Going to defend the 9-9, the 3-3. Really a hand you can flop hard with. That's hard, but that also hits his range. I mean, no way we're getting away from 9s. Let's see how he sizes. Full bet. We're all in. Praying for no set. It's not a set. Hey, that's us. The 5s. I mean, reshoving a thing. I don't know. Calling, maybe. He's opening a lot of hands. They can't squeeze that wide. Okay. Queen, queen, 7-9. How far are we from? It's not supposed to be a fold. It feels like a fold. Okay. Listen to our intuition. 1.5. I need some protection with the 5-5. Seems like a nice size. The opponent can still call with a hand that's worse than mine. Which is also not ideal because hands that he could call with, like queen 10 or ace queen, have a ton of outs. Now it's takeover time. Open a bit bigger. Not sure if that's a thing, but it feels right when we're opening into his big blind that we're not really messing around. Limp. We cover him. Doesn't mean that we should be going crazy, but c-betting small. Something that we should be allowed to do. Raise would be a bit of a disaster, but same with betting and getting jammed on, so we're gonna check back. Bet for value probably. Fold here with the king 9-9 jack. Maria is in the time bank. I'm guessing from a range point of view, I'm having all the aces. he's not really allowed to do much betting, and then he can do some check raising. That half pot, as we would with so many hands. Can't fold the ace, of course. You can't really fold jack. Getting raised here. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Call. And all in. I mean, I think I'm gonna call, but have to be right 1 out of 5 times. Blocking the nuts. 6-4. Okay, fair enough. Could be close. I mean, turn never folding and then reverse. Whatever. Kebab pizza in Sweden. I had some kebab pizza with Victor in Sweden, one of his favorites. Actually wasn't too bad, but it was not too good either. He's probably gonna be super offended that I said that. Let's see. Is the 10k actually going? 2.5. No, 10k not running. No, my mom is not giving me wheat brownies. It's a super weak fold. 3-bet jam. All possibilities. So here we have to start paying attention to this guy. No, he's probably abusing the table a bit. Let's get some lighting in here. I'm here for the important questions. I was in Amsterdam for New Year's, beautiful city and kinda degen. Yeah, it's a degen city if you want it to be. I mean, it can be a beautiful city as well, but I guess a lot of people visit it for the degenness. It's a bit similar though to other countries, like we don't really partake in the degeneracy in the way that tourists do. I don't know who, but I remember a Brazilian soccer player once said that the pizza in São Paulo is better than in Rome. Yeah, he probably had a couple of those wheat brownies. Okay, I'm going to reshove here. Not sure if it's a thing, but I feel like it's out of line. Is this okay? It's questionable. Should maybe have reshoved the a6 already. Also letting him know that he cannot get away with too much stuff. It's always good. To open his big blind with king queen. Now we have a fun thing when these guys shove, we kind of have the odds to call, but then the shoves will lack a lot of the bluffs. Small raise. Yeah. Do I think he's out of line? I don't think so. Would love to call to see flop, but I don't think it's the best. He should be so tight. People raise in those spots, they oftentimes just have it. As Sinato is saying, by the way, I wanted to thank you for your streams. They brought me a little into PLO. Your streams were always a pleasure to watch and rewatch. They will definitely leave a pleasant aftertaste in my memory. I'm not quitting, bro. This is my last one until I go to Cyprus. I guess feels like clickbait, but it's not. Jamming the ace jack. I mean, he could even call worse here, I think. You suck, yeah. Bring it, baby. We're building up a bit of a stack. 11 starting stacks. We should open the other table. So, yeah, perfect hand to jam against the open from Emilia. Now they're gonna be like, okay, this guy is really full of shit. Perfect solver hand. It's working. They're still opening. What the fuck? Victor's typing in the chat. Super offended. We have the other table open just to keep track of what they are doing. Emilia keeps opening. Stubborn boy. It stays what you say. You have an edge or break even at No Limit Hold'em, live and online. I think at these stakes, probably still losing. These No Limit Hold'em guys, they're very prepared. It's just like post flop is kind of tough. Like whenever we're short, I don't think I punt, but I make wrong moves for sure all the time, and it just adds up. So slightly losing at the stakes that I'm playing. Then live when we play mixed in a No Limit Hold'em PLO event, I think I'm break even, something like that. Going to fold here. Quick fold from this guy. Aces all in against the jacks. Only a 10 can save him. Would be pretty bad for me. Open and a call. Small bet. I messed up this hand. Should have been a big bet. Here with the king 5. Go to check. My opponent checks back. Opening. King 10 easy open. Chip leading the tournament now. Let's see what the first prize holds for us. 11.4k. Not too much, but would bring us back to life for the session. Smaller size because now he's part of the short stacks. He's thinking about something. Folding. That's great. That's good. 180 people tuning in. I thought people would be super happy with some No Limit Hold'em action, but tough crowd to please. 9977. Pretty cool hand to have in a spot like this. You either flop very hard or you don't flop. Here we're in the middle of the pack. We really want to be tight and try and find a spot where we pick up a couple of big blinds. I think we want to be pretty polar here. 3.2 should be fine. Of course, a ton of limp re-raising here from Emilian. But also a ton of folding. And I think they are getting a bit sick of me. So they will be starting to try and trap me at some point. Now I have the jacks, which is really annoying for them. Sure they want to open. To open 2.5x, 3x may be fine. Thanks, Assassinato, I appreciate it. Here we have the 10-7 off. And since there's a couple of short stacks, I think we can just shove it in here. Expect to have a lot of folds. Supposed to follow a lot to make the money. If they do call, I'm in a very bad shape, but it's not easy to have a calling hand there. Duco is thinking about it. God, that really plays for the win, so wouldn't be surprised if he goes a little bit wider than the ICM charts suggest. That being said, he doesn't gain that much from doubling up. Burning all the time banks. Have to see if he cannot stream snipe me. Does end up calling. Ace 9. Wow, that's, I don't know. Guess a bit lighter than expected. We do get there. It's a very nice way to burst the bubble. Would have preferred to have it, of course, but Ace 9. Yeah. Don't know. I mean, he knows better than me, of course. ICM value 8k. Supposed to win this one a lot now with the stack distribution like this. Let's see if we can take it down. The final table, no limit hold'em, final table, tot limit, Omaha. Oh, you guys told me not to change. Opening the aces. Get a call. It's not really what we want, but and here we're going to pot. Going to pot. And here we could consider opening. But we want Ace King, very relevant. Here on the bottom two, Ace King is very relevant. It's blocking two hands that I could bet for value. Imagine having the double, winning the jack-jack all in. Crushing the no-limit hold'em, guys. Is 10-20 on GG as bad as mid-stakes in terms of beating the rake? I think the rake is slightly better, as in lower. 2 pair with an open ender. We bet most of the time. Is it? Don't think so. Then 7-7 deuce. I've seen better hands in the big blind. I think we can get away here. These payouts are actually pretty decent. 26k for the number one. Okay, check call. We hit a jack on the turn. It's the kind of hand that's super strong but not strong enough to check raise here. We're just gonna flat call it. It's a smaller size, maybe more inclined to do it, but nice trapping hand. We're blocking 4 pair. This brings in a couple of outs. Not going to open into the chip leader. Guess that's not a surprise. This time around we're going to open. This guy has to fill a lot of hands. This guy can put a lot of pressure on us, but it's mostly with an ace in his hand, so we're blocking one of those. Finds the fold, which is nice. Double fold. It's always so tough. Trying to find the combos that you should and should not open. Should try to get a decent baseline and then see how the people are responding. He's now suited hella loose. Felt loose, but I don't know. I'm not qualified to critique him, and you probably are not either. Pay jump as well, maybe I'm wrong, but seems loose. I've seen some sims where they go super tight. We have the aces here in the cash drop. Always nice timing. Then for the final table we're gonna take position on the second stack, which is like you have, this is such a bad system for the second chip leader. Here, very decent flop. Oftentimes we'll generate a fold or a call with a hand that doesn't really beat us. He only needs 25% equity, so any pair is a call. If he does not have a pair in his hand, of course. Finds the fold. Here with the sixes we hope for showdown, but the button limps quite a bunch of pairs. Betting, calling, then we can fold, or else we might have to call. Astor is trying to run away, but I'm going to catch him. Going to catch him. First out of 9, ICM value 8.1k. Final table, 2 of them actually, PLO, no limit hold'em. Wow, they roll back the blinds. That's crazy. This might take a while, huh? Limp, 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 open, squeeze by the Veni Vidi. Let's go final table, bring it home. Top 1 stack, no limit hold'em, final table is nice, good luck. Thank you, sir. Yeah, just tough these spots. Because we're mostly c-betting. Hold the re-raise, we're up against strong hand there. Hello, the Vini Vidi top grinder, Vincenzo. Thank you, sir. Love the content. What would be the best place to study PLO pre-flop ranges? Well, Monker would be the best place, and then if that's too hard, then maybe Vision or Mastermind. Soon I'm gonna play around in Mastermind a bit, see what they're about. Stay tuned for that. Sometimes check raise with 4 pairs or never in the spot. Probably with 4 pairs, but oof, can't really fold here. That's also another great spot. Calling with the deuces maybe. I always love to fold against the tight players who pot bet, but feels like, yeah, should just go with my gut. I know it's not correct, but I guess those kind of guys, they just don't know which hands to bluff with, so, and if they do, probably not for that sizing, so should just go with my gut. The higher stakes it becomes a bit tricky to do it, but opening the aces. This guy might put some pressure on me. But without an ace, it's hard to do it. He knows I'm tight. Flop the uber nuts. Super uber nuts. Quick open. Would be a bit careful about that kind of speed. Goes with 3-bet. My timing tell was completely off. Snap fold. So he does now, he's supposed to put some pressure on. Stab 1/3. 9 of diamonds on the turn, which is pretty bad. Cannot really bet for value anymore. Checking and then deciding what to do. 9 is even worse. Some full houses beat our flush now. Okay, you should have payout of the 888, please. I have no access to GG. Of course, sir. This will be the payout. Guess we put it here. 11, 9, 7.2. Pot bet by my opponent. Fold. Going to fold here. Ooh, getting a bit tired. hopefully this moves along quick enough. Didn't think about the rollback. Seven 3 defend in the big blind. That's kind of disrespectful. Also opened bigger size. It seems very unnecessary. Can't type anymore. Okay, we're gonna break. Might stretch my legs. Make sure I'm super focused for this no limit hold'em spot. Yeah, the 4 pair hand. We should be checking these kind of hands. Super cool to play and review every session you do. It's very hard to do, but it's the thing you should be doing. I've gotten a bit lazy over the years, but you still have to make it. Okay, I'm gonna stretch my legs. I lose a couple of viewers, but gotta be focused. 3 minutes. Ooh, I'm way too quick. Way too quick. Let's see. Must Mind is nice, but I do feel like they should have almost all their spots in their database by now, and they don't. Okay. I'm not buying from Jainandis because I saw him using the cash out button once. It's a good reason not to do it. Sick bluff. Okay. Disgusting behavior. Cash out button, yeah, run it once, baby. I really love to run it once. Feel the pain, let other people feel the pain. Okay, flip to pair. C-bet. Tag you as free roll Muppet and stars, fair play. Okay. Getting nice and fiery in the chat. Okay, classic spot to check your flush. Oh, 1/10. 1/10 and we have 2 pair. I mean, oh, that's the bin. Nice hand to do it with. So 2 guys are getting too smart. Lobby back. Payouts. Actually, the payouts for the PLO ones are quite a bit bigger. Limp from Venom. Interesting. Stacks are getting closer and closer. If I manage to have someone open and I 3-bet, I cover 2 guys. This is really gonna take a long time. Fairly strong hand. This guy very aware of the power he has with the big stack. Calls, which is, I mean, not great, but also not the end of the world. C-bet, we're blocking the 6 and the ace, and actually since I'm opening a lot of aces I have some straights here, but my opponent decides to call. I think we're gonna put our chips in. Check calling is not an option. If we win this hand we cash the tournament and it's hard for him to have a hand. Very tough, pretty strong line for me as well. Whew, okay. Okay. So it's nice to have your tournament live on the line. This is a very nice spot to practice for me. See how people interpret it. Hey dude, good luck from Paulo Dionisio. Thank you, sir. I've been getting crushed a bit in a Russian cash, but we have 2 very decent tournament spots. Final table of the 2K on the coin poker, and then the final table of the 888 on GG Poker. Going to defend this one. It's super tricky always, these spots on the stone cold bubble. This guy is a very small stack. Just gonna get it in. I mean, it's terrible, of course, if the guy has a strong hand. The bubble is huge, but nothing else we can do. We still have full equity. Just gonna open a lot of hands. C-bet, pretty light. No dice. Oof, it's a 50-50. Oh, okay, that's so painful. Yeah, damn it. Okay. We help this guy out in a great way. Gonna start with the lead. Not sure about the hand. I think it's just fine, but we have to defend there extremely tight. Gonna continue here. We're gonna check raise. It's a bit wild because he's gonna have a lot of sets, but yeah. We did have the good shot to save us a bit. Here we bluff Pedro. Gonna run it once. It's probably close enough for away. Don't get there. It's one happy guy. Our risk premium is probably 20% there, and I think it's okay. Securing that pot means we probably get second place, which is 17k, which is very high. So I feel quite confident that I made the right move, but it's always tricky, those ICM spots. So we're going to the 2 table view, or 1 table even. I think 1 is even better. Last hand here. Global sit out. After that we have our first bust out. Ace jack against king king. This is gonna be a slow burner. Let's see. First some lights. This one down. Full table view. I just kind of like it, and also it's possible for people on the phone to watch. Chip leading the 888. Put the payouts over here. Time for some questions now as well. Are there any hands in PLO 4 and PLO 5 that you can or open raise and fold to a 3-bet? And how do you approach 4-bets 100 big blinds deep? I mean, the best is just to look at Monker. Like, that's where you get your baseline. You can see the EV of certain hands. And yeah, there's hands that are super close, like they basically don't make any money, don't lose any money. But it's not really about feelings for pre-flop. It's pretty hard science, and then of course your opponents are not robots, so they have slightly different ranges, but it's good to get a baseline. From that baseline deviate a little bit if you see someone going overboard with his frequencies. 8-8. Very unlikely to win here. My opponent will try to take a stab at the pot with a worse hand. We have 18 buy-ins. It's quite impressive. Don't think there's so much ISM pressure at the moment. The one table view. Hopefully this tournament goes somewhat quickly. Getting a business WhatsApp. Lines are going up. Let's pray it's a decent jump. 1600 to 2k. Could be better, could be worse. So we got the 90 big blinds. Open from Emilia Pitavi. Still really wondering if the ace-9 call was good or not. Because my image was getting kind of crazy, kind of out of hand as well. So I keep forgetting about the light. Yeah, I forgot. These no limit hold'em guys are so slow usually. Let's see if you have the best clock. We do. Can't believe you have so much time on these decisions. Are there any hands? We did that one. Are you planning to play more Texas Hold'em? So yeah, Triton has those mixed events now. Or at least for Jeju, because it's a bit of a trial. I'll be playing that one, so it's nice to get some reps in. I worked a bit on my no limit hold'em 2 years ago or something. okay-ish, not crazy good, not crazy bad. So those mixed events should be okay. Do I prefer PLO tournaments or cash games? Well, for sure, I prefer cash games. Just way more steady. Tournaments are kind of crazy in a way that a couple of flips really decide how you will do for the year, and that's a terrible way to live, I think. So I would never have PLO tournaments as my main source of income. Opening, my guy is in the time bank for 16 seconds on a pre-flop decision. I would love a 5-second shot clock in those PLO events. If everyone gets 5 seconds, it's fair. And I think in terms of having a spectator sport, it's way more interesting if you see people acting quickly. Zal ik de deur dicht doen? Going to see bet here big. Of course I'm just clicking buttons, but we should have a pretty big advantage against this guy and not always c-betting, so we size a bit larger. Purely from enjoying the game perspective. I mean, the game perspective in cash games is nicer, I think. PLO tournaments tend to get a bit tight around the bubble and after. Deuce, just gonna bin it. Crazy, a guy like Barak is playing these tournaments as well, but I guess it makes sense. Get the practice rounds in. Sevens against under the gun open. I'm going to fold. It feels a bit tight, but I don't know. Shoving is of course a very viable option, but getting a message from my editor. We have to change the title. Right. Fold here. Tens against the eights. It's a good flop for tens. Paste. Hold on. All in from under the gun. There's some stuff happening now. Still sitting on a healthy 8k ICM value. That 2k tournament. Was it the right decision? Probably. Probably, but not definitely. double up would have meant that we would probably take second place and also would be able to put pressure or maybe even become the chip leader of the tournament. But yeah, tricky spot. Tricky. Rock with the open. These days the bigger open seems to be more popular because you don't really want to get action from the big blind. Nice ICM spots. Not sure if that is the logic. Then 9-6. Check back. Little check back. Bet 3 big blinds. And a fold. Ace 3, we've been relatively quiet. Super important blocker, of course. Most of the 3 bets are coming from hands including an ace, so might even be better than a lot of hands that are stronger. Maybe sizing up a little bit because Barak is sitting in the big blind would not be a bad idea. Good to see bets. Checking, potentially an option as well. It's very hard to get action from worse hands. Jack 6 offsuit. I mean, these guys are not gonna open wide into me. Of course, also hard for them to put pressure on me. This kind of hand, I feel like it's a fold. Maybe just because I'm a chip leader, it should be a call, but it makes my life a bit easier. Best clock in the game. Yeah, it's taking taking a lot of time. Should be a decent player, but fold. Star opens here. We're going to put some pressure, and now we're going to open. Get a quick fold. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Get the clip ready. Aces on the final table as the chip leader. We're gonna get an open from Astor. Yeah, that's how it starts usually. Going to 3-bet in position. Shame he has not been on my table. I was playing like crazy, but also not really like crazy. I think all the spots were kind of standard. Makes a quick fold. Brain, I was thinking about it. Going to open a 9-8. It's a bit wide, and also blocker wise it's not great. We have this guy sitting to my left who seems to be pretty tight. I think that's enough reason, together with the fact that we're chip leading, to open a bit wider here. Go smaller than this. Kind of like 1.8 with the 9 high. We really don't mind getting a fold, but really I should still float with some aces. King 10 kind of hands. He raises and we have 9 high, so just gonna bin it. Olivier Mouse is asking, how does the open raise size in Omaha vary in different stages of the tournament? I mean, most of the time 3.5x is the best opening size, but around the bubble there's a lot of ICM pressure that comes with having a big stack. You can decide to go even wider with a smaller size. It just works very well, and people struggle to defend against it, and they're not supposed to defend against it too much. Also, if you open, you make it less attractive for your opponents to 3-bet, because you're only putting in 2.5 big blinds instead of 3.5, so yeah. Ace queen. It's always funny if I open an ace queen like this and then get the 3-bet, I feel very inclined to 4-bet, because I think people think that I'm opening way too wide, but then in this situation people just end up having a good hand a lot. Okay, this is gonna be a very easy call. And he's gonna be like, how does this chip leader have fucking ace queen? Yeah, which I totally understand. That's a bad flop. Jack and a flush draw. That's okay, a small stack. I don't think our ICM value will be impacted that much. Continue with opening. It's always nice to make a run like this and we can check all the hands that I played. Not too interesting of spots that I had, except for a few pre-flop ones. Now people are getting really shallow. I really hope to hit my bet before 12, which is wishful thinking. 2 cards, too easy, let's go. I have a very good track record in No Limit Hold'em this year. Offsuit. A hand that's pretty bad, but we can actually crack a good hand with this one. I think we can overcall it. Kind of hand that if we do hit trips, very unlikely that I covered. Low straights 6-6-3. Bidder on Padilla. Ace on the turn. Makes it so that we most probably will not win this hand. Time banking the checks. Checks back, Pedro. Interesting stuff. No need to bluff, we have showdown value, but not really. Royal, straight, quads is saying good luck. Zfefe is saying, hi Dirk, thanks for, as always, for the stream. Could we see some PLO play? Cash would be nice, thanks, and best luck at Cyprus. Well, if you go back a bit, you'll see some Russian cash, and now we're gonna focus on this No Limit Hold'em final table. Oh, interesting. Check raise from Astor. I do think most of his range checks 3 times. What is he wrapping? King, Queen, Diamonds. Queen, Jack of Diamonds. Oh, my hand reading skills. What is Pedro going to do? He's probably sitting there with an ace. Leaving himself with 2 big blinds. It's in leveling war. Quite unlikely that he has a bluff, but ace king of diamonds. As in the ace and then the king of diamonds. And I don't know, maybe I'm just completely off. Pretty wild, that means very unlikely that he has a bluff, but still kind of insane to fold the flush there. Let's have 6s. The whole time bank. Have to be a bit careful with the stream sniping. Force against the kings. Wow, yeah, poker's brutal. Poker is brutal. This is the guy that won the queen jack before. Cash games and the Olympian tournaments seem to me the most natural. Thank you, sir, for your opinion. Let's see, 12 hands. Can't wait for the blinds to go up. These guys have to be careful with the clock. We actually have someone beating us. 913, 921. We'll get him. We will get him. Normalize 15-second shot clocks. That would be cool. Bruno trying to get that deal. That call. Jesus, I have a mirror here to the left and sometimes I stare at myself and it's fucking scary. Something my opponents have to go through in Cyprus. Queen 6-4 and aces. Why did this guy get involved? It's very interesting. Open, call, fold. Big blind, makes sense. Nines now. Going to make it 3.5x so that people cannot. Overcall and he can reopen action. Do they know? Might flat call. Nope. Just an all-in. King Jack against nines. It's a fair fight. Slightly ahead before the flop. Behind after the flop. Could be 9. Looks like a 9, but it is a 6. So far over 2 on the all-ins. table. Sometimes the chat is great. Just got my biggest cash, $380. Had a bad beat for second, but not bad for a $3 entry. Congrats, Dylan H. And PLO Schizo is saying, hey Vinny, you inspired me to play 35% VPIP in Rush and Cash. I'm currently down 10 buy-ins. What the fuck? Sorry, bro. I've got another open from Astor who just had queens, if I remember correctly. Yeah, almost back to back queens. That's the double up. 21 TCM 21. Shoved it in with the king queen offsuit, which is probably solver approved. Relatively short stacks, 9 hands before we go up in blinds. Ace 3. Jeez, these guys are really out here battling. Ace 3 seems rather thin at those stack depths. What happened? Just a straight all in. Going to assume that he knows better than me. Be somewhat well behaved now. 1, 2, 3 guys that can reshove my open. Emilia is really going to struggle with his clock. Open and 3-bet, 3-bet, another 3-bet. Ace 10, it's a nice hand to open. Don't want to waste my clock. Quick folds. Definitely someone who's not afraid to play. That was the guy that defended very wide in the big blind, so there's a chance that he's a bit too aggressive. Start with a check. Probably close, but okay to fold. Three X open. Makes sense into the chip leader. Not sure if this guy is like brilliant or just super spewy. the clock again. Watch out, Mr. Pitavi. Eric Nielsen is asking, hello, why did you play Hold'em today instead of Omaha? I only have a couple of hours, so I just subscribed to, or how do you say, entered some tournaments that were not going to finish too late. This was one of them. I did quite well in the other No Limit Hold'em tournament actually. Min cashed and went out with jacks against tens. Ace 9. Very shovable stack. Good enough. Ace 10 might be the cutoff. If we're in the big blind, it would be an easy call. This way the hands are going quick. It's always nice. Ace 7. Going to open. Fold. $1 million. Let's see. Could definitely rejam. Loves to take his time. Austria, which means he's quite likely a rag. But still surprisingly much time taken for every decision. Love to open this hand, or I wouldn't love it, but would consider it. But this guy in the big blind is just very sticky. Open 3-bet, one hand we go up in blinds. Thank God. Monster opens, we get out of the way. Do we have rates on players based on their country? Not really, but the only Japanese guy that I play against is pretty tight, so. My Japanese reads are tight. Would that bring us in the green? I think so. These guys are so slow. Bet, small raise. This guessing game is just so sick, and no limit hold'em. Default. Seems to be a lot of creativity on this guy. Keep an eye on him. Okay, blinds go up. Blinds do go up. Payouts are back. Open. I have to take a guess, this guy opens way too much, but Barack with the defend. Check, check. Barack folds the river. Going to fold the 9-4. Now officially time bank leader again. How many tables can you handle at the same time? I mean, 4 for sure, 6 is probably max, and then from 7 I feel a steady drop off in level. If it's all the same tables with the same players, it's different, but usually 6 to 7 is the biggest drop off. 4 is, I think, very good, like where you can still think about your game and taking different lines and that kind of stuff. This guy's really trying to take over. Going to defend 10-7. Okay, for trips. Supposed to raise a bit here with the trips now. He's creative. Hmm. 5.8, and I guess we just go for the whole shebang. Wow, quick call. I think we shove for value, but not sure. Kind of crazy hand. No snap call. You suck. Okay. Fun hand. Gonna break. Gonna stretch my legs. We have a very good position now. More than double. Or double. Second place. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Let's see if I'm no limit hold'em king. Lost the time bank lead. It's very sad. 2 guys ahead of me now. But we can actually knock one out, which would put me in the 2nd place for the time bank charts. 177 people tuning in. We had worse streams, we had better streams. Bounty. Back in the light, 7 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift up. Oof, ace jack suited. Ja, heb ik al gehad. De camera staat aan. Dan weet je dat. Voordat je iets gek zegt.
Heb je een oogslot?
Ja.
Kan die zo?
Ja, die kun je eruit halen.
Dat is deze.
Nee, dat is die van mij. Wacht, die van jou ligt daar.
Oh.
Nee, zo.
Dit is ook voor jou, denk ik.
Ik denk het wel, ja. Ik denk dat het mijn oplader is. Maar wat voor draad heb jij dan? Die oude? Ja, ik denk het wel, ja.
Ja, ja die heb ik al.
Oké.
Ja.
Dank u. Ace jack, I'm not even sure if I can call here, but we're going to do it anyway. No, it's very tough to win this hand. Sure, if I wanna bluff. Probably better to bluff, but very easy for him to bluff me now. King high hand, queen high hand. I don't know. Those spots suck because I just don't know what to do. Three betting pre, also an option, of course. Probably want to do it with hands that are slightly weaker or stronger. Felt a bit in the middle. Strong big raise, I would be very scared seeing that kind of raise from a guy like that. Takes it back, gets the bad news. Ace king against ace king. Free roll alert, no. Bruno Brandt, plenty of hands are raised folding, especially out of position, and in high rake environments like GG Poker you can learn all about ranges on one of the solver sites. From our friend who we perceive as tight. Defend in big blind. King 7 hand I would consider opening. Nice bot goes all in. Big blind, probably fine-ish. 9 on the river. Feels like it happens more in Hold'em than. PLO, there's like 3 outers. Seeing good play, I'm not sure if he's making fun of his call. Potentially. I don't know. Tabling, it's funny. You start with one table and then there's a point where it becomes boring and you add one. People always ask me like, how can you keep track of all these tables, but you just get kind of bored from playing one table. That's Mike, Dad, starting the car. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that. 180 people still tuning in. We're kind of quiet in the chat, but I don't mind it. Hopefully you guys still enjoy it. That's going up in 7 hands, thank God. So Padilla is slowly chipping up. Queen Jack in the big blind. Oh, Queen Jack, I don't think we can fold. Also, our hand is kind of covered by the ranges. Tight battle here for the time bank chip leader. Also, this guy is kind of spew in terms of pre-flop. Maybe if it's squeezing is something we would want to consider, but bet and a call looks pretty strong. Romania. Felix is saying, do you guys have an opinion on the upcoming 2026, I think, GTO Wizard PLO solver? I might wait for it instead of investing in Vision or Mastermind, especially since I'm playing low stakes, so they are pricey. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not too sure. GTO Wizard is very, very good, so expecting their PLO version to be very good as well. In the old days we had Barcode Man playing the high stakes on full tilt. Is it known who he was? Not sure. Wow, bet and a call. 8s against 6s. Not sure why he's not reshoving there, but what would have happened if I squeezed? Probably gotten a call from the 8s. Open this one. We lost a soldier. Leonard, of course, has a shoving stack, so this is a bit wide, but I think it's fine. 8-5, gonna fold. Like I'm not aggressive enough as the chip leader, but it's a very playable hands in position. Hard to not hear that engine. It's a decent engine, yeah. I'd love to shove it in, but I'm just gonna unfold. Slipping out of my hands, slowly but surely. Three minutes of delay on the stream. Pedro is getting active. Six, 3 in the big blind. Breno still waiting for his deal. Don't think it's coming. Pick up the force. Be all in this hand. Gonna use the time bank. Don't like it, but to act like we are thinking this through. Fade to snap. Fold, that's nice. Six, 4 into the muck. Forty-six big blinds. We have Pedro sitting at 40, 21 at 40 as well. As we are both unathletic guys, do you have any advice for me to how to start in the gym? Thanks for the troll. I consider myself pretty athletic. I consider myself an athletic dude with a sweet tooth. A nice way to get yourself into the gym is just to tell yourself 3 times a week for half an hour. And everything above that is bonus. People usually start too hardcore. If it's not part of your life now, gym, it's gonna be not easy to integrate it, so just set not low goals but achievable goals, and everything that's extra is bonus. I think that's a very healthy way to get started in the gym. Do something you enjoy, or else you'll get tired of it anyway. Go all in with the 6s, pretty standard. Hoping for that ace 4 suited. Breno. Waiting 1 second. Ace 5 suited. Not too shabby. Flop a 6. We're talking quickly, but taking it down. Taking it down. 5 players left. Actually getting a bit closer now. I'd love to do something against Pedro. Just feeling too comfortable. So yeah, that's my advice from one unathletic guy to the other. Let's see, 6 hands, and we go up in blinds. 3.5 to 4. Could be better, could be worse. Could open the king 9. I've been relatively quiet. Pedro guy, not afraid to get into the mix. Same with this guy, so I've been playing relatively tight. And on the other hand, probably fine. So we'll see what. Quick fold. Hard for him to have a hand when we have top pair. Pedro staying away from my big blind. 21, however, opening. Calling. And checking. Check back a 5. And in an ICM spot, you're supposed to check back a lot of hands. Unlikely. Likely that he has ace high. Snap race. Maybe a misclick, I don't know. Could be strong line, of course, but nice and active still, my boy. Not sure why. This thing. Guess everyone has it. Does being a high stakes crusher help with the ladies? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. But there's no direct DMs coming in on the Vinny VD Instagram. I think having success or being successful always helps on the dating market, but I think the viewership is close to 100% male, so in that sense, no. Leinulard, tight guy, but makes the moves when he has to. 50 big blinds. Well ahead of everyone. Pedro coming closer though. Acts very quickly, Leinulard. Check it. Check it back. Trying to take the 4 to showdown. And here we're going to bet for value. This might be a bit big. I'm guessing that he bets the jacks himself. Probably the 5 even. I'm blocking the high card, so I'm going to shove into Leonard. If 21 gives us the opportunity. Quick call. Tense. Let's see if we have that note with all the magic. Pretty thin. Damn it, that's not us. Okay. Back in the pack. Watching some clips from 2 card Tito. One of my favorite
How much money I spent in February
guys on social media.
How much money I spent in February as a 23-year-old traveling.
Opening here, but it's a bit tricky. Pedro's chip leading now. Yeah, that's in line with what we thought of this guy. Pretty wild. 4 left. At least the hands will go up quicker now. Going to see bet. Chip calling is fine. Winning the hand with 9 high. It's pretty cool, of course, and we're drawing to the nuts. Limping might be a thing. I'm just gonna raise it. 9-8, so that's a pretty hand, but once you get 3 bet, not that pretty anymore. It's 2 Brazilians, 1 Moroccan guy, and a Dutchie. Also lost some on UFC, had the Hamzat sub, unfortunately. Good luck, Vinny, at the final table. Yeah, I got crushed as well. It was a painful fight to watch. Use it a non-GTO to attack the second guy in chips a lot with pre-flop re-raises if you are the chip leader, I mean in the 40-60 BB range. In other words, should the big stacks not mess with each other too? They shouldn't, but it's worse for the guy who's covered. Flop a pair. Best hand there, King 9. Tens, jacks, queen. Block bet, I guess it's fine. So it would call. Don't necessarily want to go to war. Call. Checks back. We'll try it again. He felt like he had to turn there, yeah. I need to stab the flop, I think, but also not the worst. In here. A6 versus A7. Not the time bank chip leader anymore. Sad. Not going to play the A3. We're third in chips. I think we induce open here and hope for an underpair or something, or ace-4. Oh, that's a quick 3-bet. It's just so tight, I'm going to fold. Pretty sick if he starts finding those bluffs, but the speed he did it with feels incredibly strong. Ace, king, the big slick. I think we're just gonna jam it in. Oop, that's another person that jams it in. Okay, take a bit of time. Fault by Lenu, who does everything very quickly. We're up against kings. Flop an ace. Turn a king. Go on, an ace, just for the clip. Yeah. That's fortunate, unfortunate. It's unfortunate, fortunate, and then unfortunate again. Lenu Lord asking for a deal. I think that's gonna happen. Let's try and get away with a limp. I got crushed too in the UFC. I guess it's common for poker players to do a lot of sports betting. I think so, yeah. they do it successfully, I don't know, but I mean, we love to wager, and I even like to think that I'm somewhat good at it, but this bet was pretty bad. Turned out to be pretty bad. First he didn't guess out, he's not good. He doesn't have a good gas tank. No, it's true, and he was very composed. Like usually he really goes for the kill, and that comes with a lot of risk, but he was quite nitty actually. Didn't take any risk at all, which was super good game plan. For sure he won. He would have won the way he fought 90% of the time. I was expecting for the takedown defense of DDP to be a little bit better, but yeah. No, Hamzat is a very elite wrestler, but I was expecting a bit of a fight in terms of wrestling. Could open shove as well. That's probably what I should do, considering I don't know the post loop. It's okay. Queen 9, we can defend. Okay, let's go. Yeah, ace king, rip. Rip. Star. I mean, you're waking up with kings there. Must be nice. Going to limp this one. It's a fold. 3-7. Looks very committing, but maybe he's just putting on the pressure. I had to guess he's just very tight, but showing a 12% 3-bet. That's not nothing. I folded my 6. Flat call, pool. Not sure about that. Not sure about that. Flat calling the aces. Huh? Bet 4. All in. Chip lead jumping around. We've got 9 big blinds, which is enough. Oof, queen 9. I think we're gonna fold. Queen 10 for sure, shove. I guess you guys are seeing the ace king hand now. Ace king, ugly turn, sick run out. Typical Tony bullshit. Mono out, che ridicolo. Yeah, crazy. Pretty crazy run out. This guy seems to be crushing it. Call. A6. Well done, sir. Well done. You can play very quick as well. Might be the best player of the table after all. Let's see, check. Check. Call. Check call. Pretty standard, I guess. Check. Loot and check back. Interesting. Queen 3. Open. Guess defending. Check from Astor. I have to wrap something now. Queen high, you can have it. King 6, that's enough to shove into the big blind. Fold. Fold. That's where the downfall started. It was the Jack 7 against the 10s. Let's see if that is where it finishes. A queen on the turn. Deuce on the river. Okay, all good, ladies and gentlemen. We cash for 5.8k. We had a small session at Russian cash. I will whip up the results as well. I'm happy that I can go to bed, get a good sleep before the 100k in Cyprus. Rush and cash. I'm a little bit retarded. Okay, we get crushed there at the end. Tournaments, I think we break even, slightly lose. We got pretty unlucky in some spots. 2k PLO, this one as well, like super lucky to get to the chip lead. The final table as chip leader, but unlucky to finish it in that way. Tomorrow I fly off to Cyprus, 100k, hopefully there's a little bit of coverage. I'm gonna, of course, film a vlog. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you on the next one.